Why, hello there. Let's make sure everything is good. And then we'll get on to doing some digging here on what we want to do about this troubles. Are you happy? You appear to be happy. You also appear to be happy. I think we're good there. So that can go away. And that can be a thing. Okay. So. Oh, let's take a look. Once I get all this straightened out. There we go. Let's take a quick look and see if there's any reason that jumps out to us that this might be a stupid idea. So we're saying that whenever we update a room tile, and we're going to have to think about how we do this on initial build as well, because right now we only populate room tiles that have a connection in them. So if I'm remembering correctly, anyway, let's take a look. It'd be an inflate map. Actually, as we go, let's go ahead and collapse those of these that will collapse cleanly. Just for the sake of navigating here. Yeah, like this one won't. Deeply annoying. Ugh. JetBrains, please fix. These guys won't either. Okay. One of these days I'm gonna go write them bugs for this. Be like, hey, crap is broken. I guess I would have to know if that's the Dart plugin or not. Anywho, inflate map. So we've initialized you. We've put connection tiles with no connections into them, which is probably okay. So we go through our connections that we have from the map. We build a table. We go through the rooms, meow. And when we encounter them, we put them in their places. Yep. Okay. We put them in their places here. Last time I was here, this was in Go. No. Well, the editor is in Dart now. I don't know when the last time you were here was. The editor got rewritten to Dart because Cogent just wasn't mature enough for what we wanted to do. The server's still in Go. I don't know, sometime last year. Gotcha. Yeah, server's still in Go. So when we come in here, if there's connections on the room, put them in the table. Or we grab them out of the table that we built from the list, rather. We add them to this other table. Tile data connections, no. Getting confused. I'm happy then? Why is that? Tile data connections. Yeah, this is our connection data list for the room data. Okay. So we add it to the tile data, and then we add it to our connection table so that we can go in and get the room data out of it. Don't know, Go makes me happy. Dart does the opposite, but I used none. Dart isn't bad. It's a little JavaScripty in some places, but it's not bad. I prefer Go, but we're limited to the tools we have unless we have to, unless we want to sidetrack into writing a whole new graphics library, which I don't. I don't have that particular skill set. I'm not a front end guy. I'm kind of becoming one at this point, though. Doing a lot of front end work for not a front end guy. Okay, and then we do the connection tile data. I know that feeling. You're right. Let's see here. And then we clear out the connection IDs because we don't care about that anymore. We don't need to hold on to that data or worry about it. Connection data table. Destination is the connection's destination, and then we set the destination table value. Which is destination coordinates to the connection ID, so that we know we can get back and forward to figure out where things are and update them quickly and efficiently. Did you use Dart before this project? Nope. I had looked at it once, like, years and years ago, and I was like, seems all right, cool. And then I moved on to other things. It was at a it was at a job I had, and then they broke things, and they needed somebody to fix the back end. So I went back to doing the thing I normally do. Okay, so the answer is yes. We only update the tiles that have connections we know about in here. I'm asking because I'm curious how you choose Dart. Well, Dart runs Flutter. So Cogent just wasn't mature enough. I was running into too many issues with it. It was a question of, is this a new bug? Is this related to the old bug that I already filed? Or is this something, that I'm doing wrong? So, and every time they updated, they'd fix something, break something else, as you do when a software project is, right? So it was time to switch. And the question to ask myself at that point is, what's cross-platform? Because I don't want to mess with the build system and all that stuff. I don't like how other apps that are cross-platform look completely different and crappy on all platforms. So I didn't want to go down that route. Added to the complexity of doing a multiple build system, right? So what cost compiles natively to everything, is a UI library, and is relatively mature. The list gets really, really small. I don't want to do Electron. Screw that. Yeah, I would have went the cheap way and just used some HTML wrapper. Well, that's Electron, basically, right? More or less. Don't want to do that. Hate Electron apps. They suck. So, Dart. And Qt is one of the biggest offenders in cross-platform looks like crap on all three, right? Okay, so we need to check this when we do the inflation, but only for things we haven't already. Don't know. I have not that much experience. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't used Qt myself, but it sticks in my mind as one that I've seen repeatedly say, yeah, we're cross-platform when I go looking for a tool, and it doesn't look right on any platform. And that may be that, like, the author was not a UI person and, like, that's their best effort. And maybe if you had more of a design eye, it would be better. But I also don't have a design eye, so anything that helps me to make it look less crap easily, I'm all for. I'm just a Java backend guy because that's got there by fate. That was forced to do a lot of HTML, JavaScript stuff. Yeah, that now has moved into C sharp. C sharp is all right. I've done some C sharp. It's okay. Oh my gosh, why can't Spotify ever randomize anymore? Vibe coded piece of shit, I tell you. Feels better than Java, yeah. Like, they're very similar, but that was, and my Java recollections are very, very, very old. But when I got back into stuff and ended up doing some C sharp, it felt better than what I remembered. I was locked to Java 8. Yeah, I don't even remember. Ah, my camera. Why? Why you do this? Just fix yourself. Fix. Ah, I have to fix it. Like, my Java experience was in school back when Java applets were a thing. There. But also, C Sharp and .NET, like, they're, from what I've seen, they're cross-platform now. But I'm a little skeptical that it's super good on other platforms yet. I could be wrong. Maybe it's amazing, but I'm a little skeptical. And, like, why? Why commit to that? Um, things run by Microsoft at this point. Is committing to something written and run by Google any smarter? Maybe, but it makes me a little bit happier. Interface stuff for .NET in general. .NET in general, like C Sharp is kind of like .NET dependent, right? Like everything that makes it good is in .NET, basically. Why are you again with you? Like you're halfway focused. .NET itself works quite well cross-platform. Gotcha. Well, I mean, UI framework though? Okay, yeah. Like, I've played around with Godot in the past a little bit, and I used C Sharp there because I don't like their Python-y language. I would rather use my editor and not write Python-esque crap. So, like, that's the only really supported choice there. Other choice is C Sharp, so I did that a little bit. And it seemed okay, but there was a lot of rough edges still. And some of them were Godot's fault. Like, their documentation for the C Sharp stuff kind of sucked, and some of it was awkward to work with. But, yeah. Other stuff was C Sharpy. Godot was doing some bad things with C Sharp. I wish they would, like, do other languages. It's really, really... Like, I don't want to write their language. They're trying to fix it, but they're not there yet. That kind of seems to be the place they are eternally in with C Sharp support. Did something called GD extension. That's the glue between them and other languages, right? Yeah, yeah, allows integration of the language. But also, like, there was, and this was probably a year ago. I looked at this and played with this, but like the documentation for anything other than GD script looked pretty good. C# was eh, and there was no docs for anything else. Like, it was like, if you're doing this, you're on your own, which is not optimal if you don't already know the engine, right? And you're not a game dev, right? I didn't have any like platform of experience from which to base assumptions and kind of guide me through there. Focusing only on GD script. Yeah, I don't get it, but whatever, you know. Everybody wants to write their own thing, I guess. Anywho, as I was trying to figure out, yeah, that kind of it makes it hard to use Godot because I don't particularly like their language. I like the open source game engine. That's super cool. I like not getting into the Unity ecosystem because fuck those guys. um and Unreal is just kind of like, oh yeah, Linux guys exist, you know. And I'm not switching platforms. I'm not using Windows. It's just not going to happen. And I know that that's the smart answer, but I'm not going to do it. If I ever make a game, it'll be Unity or Godot. Yeah, they're pricing nonsense, and just recently they announced that they're cramming more AI crap in. Like, nah, fuck that. Will depend on how big the game is. I mean, sure, I guess. All right. Data is null. And create the placeholder. If it will be with networking, it will have to be Unity. I don't think that's true because I looked at the Unity multiplayer stuff because I don't play a lot of single player games. I find that I mostly, if I'm going to play a game, want to play with my friends. So, like, with the exception of stuff like like Zachtronics games, that's pretty much just a single player thing, you know. But like other things that I like Satisfactory, what other games have we played kind of with my friend group? We've played some Valheim, stuff like that, right? Um, all of that is way more compelling to me and more fun. So when I started looking into playing with game engines, I was like, okay, well, the end goal eventually is to do something multiplayer. So how do we do that, you know? And the answer seemed to be that it's crap and you have to roll your own or go buy one. I'll make my own networking or use a community one, but I ain't making network in GD. Ain't making networking in GD script. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I started looking into it and it became a really big rabbit hole because you have to like account for like lag and stuff. And I was like, this seems like a really big headache, and I'm just gonna put it off until I really need to care. And then I get distracted with other projects like this one. All right. Let's see. So this could stay the same. I don't think we need to mess with this because this is for when we... Well, no, that's not true. We could actually use this. Pardon me. We could actually use this in... Except for this... Oh, destination... Connection, location, get tile, offset. Okay, yeah, so we could use this. There's some new C# engines that kind of become popular since whole Unity fiasco. Might be worth me looking into them. Gotcha, yeah. I was looking at Open 3D at kind of like the same time, had just recently become open source, like with like a year or two prior, but it was pretty rough at the start, but it was kind of becoming usable. And they had some pretty cool stuff that they were doing, just like out of the box with the engine. Like they were doing like multi-server stuff to where you could have like, you know, huge crowds of pawns, I guess, actors, whatever you want to call them in there, whatever they call them in there. And they were showing like, hey, this is on one server and it kind of grinds to a halt because there's like a billion of them. But then the multi-server, like other servers would help to manage the load and it was way smoother. It was kind of it was a really cool idea. It was interesting. So that's the old Timberyard engine. Lumberyard, yeah. Yeah, it traces its lineage back to Lumberyard, which traces its lineage back to CryEngine. Cry, right? I think so. Yes, Cry. Yeah, thought so. Still no idea what those guys are doing. Who? Amazon Lumberyard stuff or CryEngine or Open 3D? They're still developing it, but not releasing anything. Oh, CryEngine? Yeah, well, I think they're just an engine provider now, right? Where you get to like license them. Yeah, but there's no game released with it in the last years. Gotcha, yeah. Well, I mean, like, what's really been released? Like, um, like in my mind, there's mostly like Call of Battlefield 27, which they use their own stuff, I think, right? Um, and indie games. That's like AAA. Well, I guess there's been. No, I can't think of any new AAA games. It's all stuff that's existed. Bethesda did their thing. Um, what was it even called? Their space game. That's their own engine, I think, right? Um, yeah, everything that's been released is like a sequel of another thing, and I'm pretty sure they're just building on top of their own old engine, refining it for whatever value of refining AAA does these days. I guess it speaks to how much attention I pay to AAA. Death Stranding 2 uses their engine. Yep. Doom the same. Yeah, yeah. I can't really think of any AAA games that have come out in the past year or two that haven't been sequels or like, you know, the next step in a franchise. Monster Hunter, same, yeah. I guess maybe the Horizon. Oh, that's old now too, isn't it? Horizon came out 5 years ago, and their second one I'm sure uses their thing. Everyone is either doing their own engine or switching to UE5. Yeah. Well, I mean, Unreal is putting a lot of work into the underlying tooling and systems, right? Like, I see like the value in that and how that would be a really good thing. If they supported Linux better, I would be, you know, more interested in them. I still think that because many years ago, I played with Unreal a little bit. And like the experience of using their engine, even back then, was so much better than using the other ones. Like, this is in the era when Unity was like, you got to pay us for dark mode. Like, what? Bro. I just want to work on a thing and play around and not lose my eyeballs, you know? I have a bias against UE. Why? Okay, so update tile. Because of all the marketing they do, it just enable this checkbox and you get free performance, which isn't true. I mean, that's valid, but like you can't you hate the and well you can, but like I can't hate the engine just because marketing loops in a lot of suckers that don't put in the work, right? Like that doesn't to me that's just like gonna happen. I hate their general anti-Linux stance. It's not the engine's fault. Yeah. It's their marketing and devs not caring enough. I mean, well, that's kind of like where we are in the dev world right now, right? The there's a lack of giving a damn happening, and especially in anything that's run by um management, instead of people that want to make things. There was a tweet I read a while back that's just been living in my head rent free ever since, and it said the problem with the AAA gaming industry is that people in charge of making games don't want to make games. The devs, I'm saying more like overall, not the actual people doing work in the engine. I mean, you mean like like the Unreal Engine devs themselves? Because like that's not super fair. Because they're trying to make a thing that an engine that runs every possible use case, right? That's their goal with reasonable performance. You're always going to make trade offs when you do that, right? So, like, that makes it really, really, really hard to try to make something that performs well. I'm sure there's a scrum master going, why are you spending 4 days on this feature slash model to do performance improvement when the engine has this check? But yeah, but that's like the problem with the game industry is that people in charge of making games don't want to make games. Okay, so when we update or add a room, which is going to have to happen in here. We get our offset location so we know where we are. Instead of... we also need to double check that delete room. So I'll have to add it in here too. So that argues for breaking things out into a function. So we have to reuse it instead of this stuff. So we can come back to delete room, I think. We're going to want to have... So we add you to delete. We delete you from the connections. That's fine. The new ID, we add it to the table. Set the tile data. Why are we doing this down here? When we take this... and our connection table is just IDs to map them to the parent rooms, so that's fine. What's connection data? It's the connection data that lives on the room that says I am connected to this other place in this way. It holds the descriptions and the VCs and all that good stuff. Can we fold in any of this? Or do we just go through them at the end? It's probably going to be the answer. For both cases, actually, I think, unfortunately, just because otherwise we're going to end up with problems. Because the connection tiles don't know anything about the map they're in, nor should they. And if we... well... once we're in the connection tile, if we're looking at that, because connection tiles don't exist. They're they exist for the UI. They don't exist as data. There's connection data that lives on the room tiles, and we display them as a thing. We build them from that data. So we still have to go, if we go over and look at them, we'd have to go around each connection tile and say, is there a room there? Do I have a connection there? And then we'd have to update the data in there based on those two rooms, which we could do. And maybe that is the smarter plan here. Right now we just go in and we change the data that's in these tiles whenever we change the room tile, the connection data on the room tile, so that they stay in sync. But if we kind of delegate that out, well, we don't really delegate it, but if we change our perspective, more or less, because it still has to be the map controller that drives that. Because it's the one that knows about things in the map. But if we change our perspective over there, anytime we change the room data, we could just go around and update them, but then that seems wasteful. We're really only trying to address adding and removing. And when we build. To handle like diagonal tiles that don't have a connection on one side. Well, but then that's going to actually get taken care of. We still have to go around if we place a tile because of diagonals. They might become valid when we do that, when they weren't previously. So once we update our connections in the room object, let's see here. We still need to build our to delete list. So when we go look at the connection tile point of view, that perspective, we'd have to stop and go around. And we say, if I go look to the east, and this room does not have a connection to the west, then I need to, well, if it is a room and it exists and it's not nil, and it doesn't have a connection to the west, then I just have a placeholder. If it does, I update my, yeah, okay. The trouble is that kind of sucks a little bit. But we don't know. I guess we do. Because we check the current object to make sure that we're updating an existing room. We have provided the correct ID to do this update. So we could guard this all around the existence of a current object and then just do the updates as we have been. And then only go around our connections if we added a new one or deleted one. But it feels like we would lose some code, which is good, right? If we were to go through them. Because we'd end up doing kind of a similar deal. My Chinese gotcha addiction is calling. See ya. Too many bugless nights. Awesome. Well, have fun. Have a good night. Catch you some other time. Good to see you again. Don't spend too much money. Yeah, I think we just need to write this and kind of feel it out to know. That's what I think. So we're just gonna do that. But I think we already have an update connection tile. Maybe not. Okay. Cool. So what if we did this instead? And we did this. Probably still need this though. Just to keep things readable. This becomes kind of pointless. It would only exist to loop around. And we can just do that in the update to make it clearer what's happening. So we're going to go only with this, I think. So what do? We have a location. So it's a connection tile. It's this connection tile. Map, which can't be null, at the X and the Y, right? And this is go, not Dart, so let's fix that. This has to be a connection tile. And then my coordinates. Do you have you have compass vectors, so we can go through that. So we can say for vector in coordinate compass vectors, if dot, ooh, hang on, we gotta think here. We gotta be careful about bounds, right? So if location plus vector we could do we can just declare it call it adjacent coordinate like that. But then map is just a list. And it'd be kind of a pain in the ass. We'd have to like break a class out of it in order to do a nicer, like an at. And then that would have to be changed in a lot of places. So let's just go with what it is. So if map at adjacent coordinate x, actually no. I thought we had, we have map size. Yes. Okay. So and is there a convenience helper in Dart for finding out if something is within a range? I don't think there is, but if there is, we'll use it. Quite simply, no. Okay. Extension functions, no. You use clamp. Interesting idea. Interesting idea, but no. We also have to consider that 0 is not always going to be the starting point, but for now it is. At that point, we're going to have to write things for maps. So I think we'll just go with the simple one for now. Less than map size X. What part of you there? That map size has to be set if you're here. The other thing we could do though is when we initialize the map, we set the size correctly, right? Offset. Yes. Size X plus size X minus 1, because that's the way it works out currently. We implement equality in hash. Size is really a coordinate under the hood. We could do... This is allowed to be 0. I don't think we're going to do that. I think we're going to keep it in here for now. We're just going to check that y is greater than or equal to 0 and it's less than map size y. So we'll just do all of the checking in here for now. Because later on, we'll have to make it more complicated probably, but we'll do the simple part now. So if we're in here, then we know that we're within the bounds of our map. And we're going to say... if map let's do, if we're in here, then is it always going to be a room tile? Let's take a look. See if we can spot any cases where it's not. Test map. Yeah, it will be for most of them. So what we do here is say because they're objects, nullable, adjacent tile is map, which can't be null at this point, adjacent coordinate x, adjacent coordinate y, right? If adjacent tile is not room tile, room tile, continue. Not room tile though. Room data. Room data. If it's not a room data, continue. Well, actually, we got to be sure here. We got to make sure it's not null first. Because the only tiles that are null tiles are room tiles. We should be able to handle this. Only room tiles are allowed to be null. So it must be a room tile placeholder. But if it's null, if this tile is null, there's no valid way to connect to it at this time. Set the connection to null. This connection tile, but here we need to It would be update connection. No. Connection tile. You have delete connection for vector. Delete connection for vector. And we don't have... We don't have an inverse here. But we have a vector times -1. And we do that, right? We know how to... Yes. We know how to deal with ints. Set the opposite vector connection to null. Okay. Otherwise, continue. Otherwise, need to make sure this is a room data. If it is a room data, if it's not, actually, we could just do an is here, I think. It'll probably be easier. If it is, update our connection data with the data we find in there. In the adjacent room. If there is none, none. We put in a placeholder to indicate that it is a valid connection. Connection if you wish to have one. Add one. Let's do add one. So if it's a room data, our room data object here we need to go through the connection data. Let's see here. So if we're in the east, we're looking for, again, the opposite. So if we're going to do that in multiple cases, we could do... No, it's just a coordinate. Right? I didn't make a vector type. Yeah, okay. I could define these as a vector, but why? I could define this up here. Delete connection for vector, inverse vector. But why do math if we don't have to, which we wouldn't in the case of this being I guess we could just check here. Maybe we should do a switch here. We're still going to do that instead. We're going to switch instead here of ifs. Only room tiles are allowed to be null. This tile is null. There's no valid way to connect to it at this time. Set the opposite vector connection to null. And then case adjacent tile. We just need to case room data. Like so. Delete that. Default is to do nothing. We don't really need that continue, but we're going to use it anyway. Just to help indicate that it's a thing. Okay, so let's tidy up that a little bit. So we need to get the in adjacent tile connections if and my connections are a list of connection data. My list tile, though, doesn't have... That's the abstract. Let's look at... horizontal can be our guinea pig again. So, shut up. These don't have IDs in them. They're not tied to anything like that. The connection IDs, or the connection data inside have it. So really we could only do... is go through these connections. Connection data. I guess we would have to say the origin's always going to be the room that they're in. So that doesn't give us a ton of value. I guess it's just going to be if con data connection vector is our vector times -1. So if we're looking in the east, we're looking for a connection to the west. So we look at the inverse. And the connection vector of a con data is a vector 2. The destination. So if we're looking on the east, we should get a one to the west if it's there. If it's this, think here, this connection tile. Oop. And here, this gets troublesome. No, it doesn't, because we have update connection, which takes a connection data. So that should be fine. We put that in there, okay? And then continue. If I'm not mistaken, should continue my loop still within here. Just we'll do that instead. We'll leave ourselves a note. Okay, so we go through there. If we have come through there and not hit a continue, we know it's a room data. We need to make the placeholder. This is going to have an origin, which is adjacent tile location. Destination is going to be do I have a helper for this? No. It's going to be adjacent tile location plus our vector that we're initially looking for. This in parens multiplied by map offset. So if this location and our offset, I believe, is 2, 2. Yeah, we can figure that out. So this is 0, 0. This is 1, 1 in real map terms, but it is 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. So yeah, 2, 2. So it's a 2 offset. So that makes this right here 4, 4, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So yes. So if we're at 1, 1 and we're trying to get back to 0, 0, we multiply 1, 1 by 2, 2, because we're actually at 2, 2. We do 0. Okay, that's a bad example. If we're at 2, 2, we're here, actually. We're looking at 2, 2. We're pretending you have nothing in you. No connections. I want to add this connection. Wait, no. Because our connections don't run on offsets, right? This offset thing was a terrible plan, but I don't actually have any better answers for it. We could actually use this. We could use that. We've already done the hard work there. We could just call set connection tile. Oop. Ooh. Yeah, okay. Set connection tile data. Except for this is parent location. Get connection tile offset. Parent vector target location. Okay, I think that's going to be harder to reason about. Apparently I forgot to mute that. Let's do that really quick. That can go away. Mute you. And plug you in so that you have batteries later. Okay. As I was saying, this is going to be harder to read, so we're not going to do it. But this doesn't run on the offset. So we don't have to do that. It's just adjacent tile location plus vector. That's all we need to do. Pretty sure. Okay, so if we find a thing we update, we continue on to the next. Let's see here. Next vector. And then we repeat. Unless I have screwed the pooch on that, which is entirely possible. Okay, so that's also going to be difficult to test. Oh yeah, we were thinking about that yesterday too. We also don't have the machinery to point this at a different folder currently. We're just going to push on for now. We'll think about that a little bit here. So when we go and do update room here, we still do this part. We delete the things that are there. So theoretically that all goes away, right? Hang on. To update, yeah. We get rid of those. Did I delete? Deleted a close bracket. Close bracket around if the current object is null or not equals null. Okay, that's fine. We actually don't need this anymore if we do this, I don't think. We just check to see. Oh, actually, hang on. We would still need to take this out of... We got to keep an eye on our maps up here that we use to pull data out quickly without going through the whole thing. Part of what clear connection did is to take it out, right? We set your data to null. And then connection table we remove. So if we're going to do it this way, what was changed here? Nothing. It's just a new line. Okay, for readability. Is there a way for us to tell when we're going through here? We would do it here. We would say if, and I want to be careful here. Wait. We'd be able to get rid of this guy too. Rid of that real quick. Clear connection. Good clear and delete. It's annoying. Connection table remove. This connection UUID. And then destination table. Trans null if the key was not in the map. So we don't care about that. We basically just need to move this block. Map connections remove where. So this comes up. Well, I don't want to delete this just yet. I'm going to copy it. This connection tile. Ooh, except for I don't have... So this would need to still live with the room delete code. Destination table contains key. This would become adjacent coordinate. Destination table at adjacent coordinate remove where, this ID. But then I don't have... I don't have this information either, though. Well, no, this also needs to live with the room. This is only for updating the tile UI, basically. So I think we're okay there. We can get away with that. It's a good thing I didn't delete it from the other stuff. So let's handle just the update first and foremost here. So... update room. I lost a squirrely brace somewhere along the way there. I think? No. No, we're good. That's fine. When we do the update... pull this back in really quick. We just don't need to call this. We still need to do the other bits and pieces to clear them out of... clear them out of the... but this is in here, though. To update, to delete, clear connection. This just doesn't do stuff with the tiles anymore. Basically. I need to care about the offset location. I do for that reason. I need to simplify this stuff a little bit. But we got to be careful because the room is the one that knows about that. And then the update bit, set connection tile data, you need to go away. We still update the connection tile. Which theoretically we could do in here now, because we don't have other steps we're trying to do. Clear connection. Now just clears out. From tables. To delete add. So in theory, we could actually do this as well. That gets rid of these two lists, I think. And then otherwise, if we're out here, then we're in new territory. So we add connection. Don't need that. That goes away. Where did it, that. So we get rid of that. And then we go for, and here's where we kind of duplicate ourselves. For coordinate vector, coordinate compass vectors. So we, and I need to add explanation docs for myself here too. Go through the neighboring connection tiles, update them. Ensure they have any changed data applied. Update connection tile. Our location then is proposed location plus vector. And that needs to be in parens. No? Oh, it's offset location is what it is. Because this is our actual, in the inflated map location that we're checking around. Then we go into here, we do all of that. Location plus vector, so we're based on the inflated location. Then when we're in here, we're based on real locations, which is our adjacent tile's actual location, plus the vector. So I think we're good there. All right, so if we run this real quick, this shouldn't blow up. We also need to make sure that we do this on the build, though. So this guy should have connections, and he doesn't yet. But if I come in here and I update you, and I say your east connection gets changed. Well, that deleted west, which is not correct. Northeast and northwest. That's not correct either. Northeast and southwest should be in there. Oh, it's because I'm leaving too early, I think. And these are not the correct. I've messed something up. Okay. Adjacent coordinate equals location plus vector. Yeah. You're within bounds, yeah. Adjacent tile is the map, so that's inflated, so that should be correct. Switch adjacent tile. It's because... No, that's based on that. We go through your connections. this needs to not be a continue. I don't want to go through a new vector here. I want to keep going through this list. That's for one problem. Let's reset this really quick. I might need to rebuild. We will, just to be sure. Okay. So if I change you, I change east. Foo. We apply. Okay, so that's still going away. Oh, it's because I come down. Okay, so I've done silly things here is what's happened. So if you find that you're equal to it, we update it. We need to do a different check here is what we need. So again, we're at the standpoint of looking over here. So if we find one over here to the east, which connects back to the west, we need to update it, which we should have done right before this. Missed one. So we do this, we should get our update in place correctly. Play with east again. Right? From the west. Foo. Okay. So this one to the west. From the west. Foo. This should be the eastern connection. Okay, yeah. East to 3-1 updated there correctly inside of this tile now. And then this one doesn't have it because this is the west connection. That's working. Okay. We need to handle the case where if I'm here and if I had a connection and there was no duder there, and this didn't update this guy either, which it should have. That's when it needs to clear. Or not clear, but put in a placeholder. So this one should have been a continue. That's true. Because that should continue this. Actually, we should break here. Well, hang on. There's nothing saying we can't have multiples, right? Let's just go through them all. It's not a huge list. It's fine. Then all we delete. So here we probably just need a well, We're looking in a tile. If there's a thing that matches our vector in there, we update it with what we find. We update ourselves with what we find. It's here. Well, yeah. We didn't find any connections. Put in a placeholder. I think. I don't know about y'all, but I think thinking about maps is incredibly difficult. Okay. So my east... Foo. This guy gets northeast, northwest, southwest. Northeast, northwest shouldn't be there. Southwest and northeast should. So when we got here, it's here. We need to say, if there's no connections here, and map at adjacent coordinate, well, we need to... This is where we need to flip it around again, I think. We didn't find any connections, put in a placeholder. And this guy doesn't care. I guess we need to look at horizontal again. Invalid connection vector on delete. Ah, it's because we changed this. But that's fine. It's not fine. Because we have an is empty in here somewhere. Was it any? No. It's in the actual UI tile, I think. I can't remember if that's based on... I can't remember if it's based on the origin and just destination or just the text inside. I think this is still correct. I think we only based it on the text. We're just adding it in a place that we shouldn't be. So we got here, we said that southeast is null, so there can't be connections there. We also need to do delete connection for vector the vector itself. And then tireless, no, there's no valid way to connect to it at this time, except for we should be able to skip this because we should get there from the other side too. But we don't, because we get here, when we're here, we get around to here, we say, oh, well, you're there, I'll add an empty for you. So we got a little bit of trouble there. We need to go around. If we find a room data, but we still need to do this, though, for the other things. It's just down here. If there's no found connections, and map well, I got two cases I gotta think about. One is the update initially. The other is when we change something adjacent here. So I do need to clear this. Well, no, because we'll take care of it later. We just need to make sure, or before, right? Either way. We just need to make sure that we don't re-add this thing, basically. So adjacent coordinate x times -1. And the room on the opposite side is not null. Put in a placeholder. So we can do let's do this. Opposite chord. It's the map. No. Adjacent coordinate times -1. Because if we're here and our adjacent coordinate is no, we can't do that. Opposite chord is going to be this connection tile, or just location. Location plus vector times -1, right? And map opposite chord x, opposite chord y is a null. Oh wait, you're not nullable. You're a coordinate. Okay. Okay. Let's relaunch this. And before we test this, I'm going to take a quick break, use the restroom, get a beverage, because I really got to pee. I'll be right back. All right, that's better. I can focus now. I've been needing to do that for like an hour, half at least. Okay, so we come in here and we're going to use our guinea pig again. We're going to add this. Oop, foo. Okay, so in here, our east gets foo. It's correct because we went from the east here. So that'd be the eastern connection lives here. In here, we only have two, northeast and southwest. Okay. And they're empty. Perfect. Now, we need to handle this when we create. We need to make sure it's handled correctly. We create you. In here, okay, we've got stuff populated. North, northeast, and southwest. Also true. Oop. Why this? Invalid vector coordinates 0, 0. Okay. Why didn't you update that? This one should be null. Valid vector coordinate 0, 0. It's in connection tile form. Connection data form. Direction 2. Gotcha. Okay. Because we did this always, that's a little bit of a problem. But also, we don't handle a direction to ourselves, which actually should be 0, 0, I think. Oh, it's because your direction. Okay, I see. We'll do that still. Okay, that's fine. Because 0, 0 is a valid vector, but it's not a valid direction, right? That makes sense. So that's going to be a little bit of a problem. But why are you trying to even put this in if there's nothing in there? So when I click on you, I get my error. Form view, app state connections. Map state. When I load the selected tile, or when I set, I should say, selected tile. Set selected tile. Say connection data. Connection tile. Select tile is selected. For connection data connection in selected.get connections. Tells me that you have connection data in you that is 0, 0 still. And that's just a display issue, I think. I think. Because we changed this. You can say if thought we had an is not empty. Did we kill it? Did we take it out of there? Connection data. Empty. Just empty. So if it's not empty, I do this. Then we do that. Otherwise, actually just leave it there. It's fine. So it does have empties in there, which it should not. This one should. Okay, so it didn't get added correctly, is what's going on. let's see here. That should have engaged. Unless I did something like... room to update. Go around. Look at offset location plus vector. Connection tile. Delete. I bet because our empty here, yeah, okay, it's empty. It's because these guys got, okay. We're just going to take this out. We're going to be more true to the name of delete here, I think. Okay. So we'll pick on our old friend here again. East. Foo. Apply. East gets updated. You get empty. And that's why I don't have, or didn't have, rather, this in here. That's why this went away. Okay. Otherwise, we don't get our placeholder empty labels. I remember that now. Doesn't really matter, we'll just do that. East, we get our foo. West, nothing happens. West, we're good. Northeast, empty. Southwest, empty. These guys out here they're getting populated. Except for we explicitly said okay. I got to remember all my decisions that led to this point. We explicitly said that only room tiles are allowed to be null. So nulling these breaks that. If we go back to this, cool, right? Yeah, you're still broken, I know. We're careful to only delete, or to only try to do this if these aren't null. We'd null check that, but they shouldn't be null. We just shouldn't display them. which leads us back to actually leads us back to this. Or either we have to do this when we set it up, which isn't the end of the world. It got really verbose, right? We don't know about a location in here, so we can't account for that here. Instead of doing this, we could do update connection. But then if we do that, how do we decide what to display, right? So that wouldn't fix that problem. They won't be null. They just won't have coordinates in them if they're invalid, right? So in order to not break the UI, we'll put this back. But in our empty, if your UUID is not null and you're not nil, which is part of the UUID package, because it's a nullable, but we also need to make sure it's not an invalid one, because things are broke. Or do we? What if we just say if you're not null? And transit enter is not empty, transit exit's not empty, exit description. What if we just say instead of all this, if this isn't 0 and this isn't 0, and we say the hell with all the rest of this stuff. So if the origin is, or the UUID is null, or the origin or the destination are 0, then it's an empty, it's a placeholder. Otherwise, you're a thing. You should be treated as such and displayed. So we come into here. And really, we don't even want to display it at all if it's so we could roll that back. I'm decide how I want to do this. But in our map data, when we select these, I think is where we want to do that. Let the UI remain stupid. It just gets whatever it gets and says, hey, I can display that. That seems okay to me. This really does seem like a thing that this should manage, the state should manage. Connection data here. If connection Um, if connection is not empty, then we add it. How do we feel about that? Then they're empty as they should be. We need to fix still, but we'll go ahead and do our test here. This is turned out to be harder than I expected. Okay, so that gets populated correctly. So our from the west got fixed. That got added where it should have been to begin with. So if we add you in here, we should see arrows pop up here. And you actually, arrows should only exist if there's actually a connection. Damn it. Let's roll that back. That's right. I forgot we used that in the button. We'll leave that alone. Valid. I don't know that I love this either. I could actually just do that. But do I want to do that? That is the very big question. Hey, Terrace, how's it going? But then we need to toggle this to zeros as a placeholder. Do I want to do that? I think it'd be okay. We do here, we say if if you're valid, we add you, right? Wouldn't be the end of the world. We need to redo that so that we get everything loaded again. So once again, we come in here, just make a change really quick. Okay. You didn't get your placeholders in here though. If I do that, another day, another semicolon. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. How's it going today, Marco? It's been a hot minute. Hope everything's well. So why wouldn't it be showing up? Is it because I left? Better UX design than Apple? I mean, well, yeah, because you can actually see things. That's not all transparent, blurry mess. The bar is so low. uh, um, do I want to do that? Unless you write Kotlin, no semicolons, really? I don't remember much about the little bit of Kotlin looking I've done. Connection form view coordinates. You. So you didn't get it. You're not valid. And it's because he, okay, I know why. It's because up here in map controller, we deleted, we did not. And that preserves the 0, 0. We need to say update connection here. Well, no. We still need to delete the connection. It just can't be null. Well, no, okay, yeah. Getting confused again here. The tile won't be null in here if we just null these. Its connection datas will be, but that's fine. Those are allowed to be null. The tile model still needs to be in there. So delete, good. And then if you're not null over there, then we should be updating you with a placeholder connection. So that should be fine. Okay. What, we're not getting our, why not? Why don't you get updated? If I put you back and go back to adding you, then you come back. Why would valid Connection data clone. The UUID is null. Coordinate 0 to origin or destination. But so confused. This should be not in there. This should be in there. And when I select, it's because I'm holding on to the old room data. Damn it. That's why. Okay, so I need to leave it in the selected. I probably should have just pulled that directly out. But then, okay, yeah. The reason I didn't do that is because when we build these buttons, elements here, they get attached, they get functions attached to them to do the things. So that's why we didn't just select it out of the map. God dang it. Okay, so that means I have to filter it out here, basically, for sanity reasons. Kotlin to Java is like C++ to C, bloated and keeps growing. I see. Seems to be kind of like the pattern, right? For all languages, really. Like, you keep adding things to satisfy people's use cases, and things go on top of things. Okay, so we have to do the filtering in here. In our data form. I guess it does make kind of sense-ish. So when we get this widget, we decide, go through here. Drag target. All this good stuff. We basically need to say up here, I think. Well, it wouldn't even be here. Because I can't return a nullable, can I? Yeah, it's not a valid override if I do that. So it has to be even at the level higher here. So here, where we say, if you're valid, build a form for you. But I can't do that either. Can't be assigned to the list type widget. There, I just have to do that because it's the funky widget syntax. Okay. So I would have to do that. And then the same being true for room tile view. Right? Not this, though, the form view version. Over here. It'd be here. connection data form. Like so. Let's restart completely now. So now y'all are... Oop, nope, you're not empty. Why do you be... Oh. Did I make a change only to diagonals? You have that. You're nullable. It would be, if I did, it'd be an build map, I think. Yeah, okay. I only took these out. That's right. I remember that now. Because I was trying to decide if I wanted to do this refactor or not. My day job is Kotlin, so my hate for it holds a special place in my heart. My day job was Go once upon a time, and I still love Go. Okay. Now that I'm not shooting myself in the foot. There we go. Alright, so now you're not valid, so you don't appear. Except for y'all don't appear either. Why? Why this? Put you back real quick. Then you show up. Why are you incorrectly deciding to be invalid? What? Why would that be? Set selected tile takes the object. I'm going to look at where I call you, which is going to be in map pane. It's also an accept draggable. Accept draggable. Accept draggable. Cell builder. Map tile. So if I switch this to be... If I was to switch this to be a coordinate, then I could... I already know the UI grid location, though. I would then have to translate it to a map click, which might be the saner way. Hello there, my fellow Flutter nonsense enjoyer. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. How you doing, Cresho? I'm reaping the consequences of my own actions is what I'm doing. Curious if... So if I go back and nope, I need to rebuild after I change that again. If I go back and I once again test my update, you get those. So you do update. If I go and do that, then everybody around you, you don't because there's nothing here to connect to. So that's valid. You get northeast, southwest. Okay. East, west. You get all of the options. You don't have anything, but they exist. They're empty. Okay, so it's working right. I just don't understand why the valid wasn't working. That's weird. Doing fine. Just got back from a short vacation. Awesome. Do anything fun? Go anywhere neat? Whatever level of detail you're comfortable sharing there. If none, that's totally okay. I'm confused by it, and I suspect it may have something to do with not getting updated before, like, the valid gets set and then it's not updated in the state until it changes, maybe? Because it gets rebuilt and then it gets... The click object is different. Set selected tiles driven off there, maybe? I'm going to take it out. I'm just going to let it be because it works. But we'll have to keep an eye on that for the future because it might be something that bites me. But that's a much better solution to that. Okay. Now, if I was to have this fella here and delete him, then that connection goes away because it's not... Stop it. It's not valid anymore, right? You couldn't connect, but here didn't. Only horizontal did. And that's because we null you. The others we haven't switched back to nulling yet. Went to a small town in Serbia, had a lot of fun. Awesome. Glad to hear it. So if we go ahead and say, you guys are allowed to be null again. We don't preserve your location. Not west, south. Then you'll go back into the invalid state. You're not a placeholder. You just... The tile still has the object in you. It just doesn't have connections within it because we deleted them. So vertical, horizontal, diagonal. We null you again. My keyboard has shifted and it's messing with me. There we go. And I need all the help I can get to type. And then we make you null. Okay. Let's restart this. And hopefully we have fixed one of our bugs or oversights. So if we delete you, then all you guys get cleared out. There's no valid connection placeholders even here because there's a null room. If we come back in and we add, then we have placeholder empty connections here. You could put things in them if you wanted to. Okay, perfect. And then, yeah. We reset. And if I added a room, fair enough. Yep, should be filled in. Okay, so only you over here have, I guess it'd be all of you, empty connections. These guys in here, it's just not possible. Can't do it. We don't know how. Okay. Let's go with that. We'll clean things up really quick here before we go, and then we're going to call this done for this, I think, unless they might be overlooking something in somewhere. Switch to updating the room or the connection objects around a room whenever we change the room. This allows us to account for new and deleted rooms, as well as, well, new and deleted rooms, and populate placeholder or delete connections. Populate placeholder connections or delete connections as appropriate, as well as update any changed connection data. Kind of a long comment, but it is kind of a complicated thing. Okay, let's go back to the map controller and take a quick peeky peek here, because I want to make sure so this clears it out from our connection table, destination table. That's probably okay to leave in. That makes sense. And then we update it if all of this only if it's an existing object, and we update our tables here. That's probably okay. You might argue that we could merge them in together to be one update that handles deleting or not, but like, it's working. I don't want to refactor it until it becomes a pressing concern. And then at the end, we go through, make sure we update our connection tiles. Okay, perfect. That replaces some crap. Add connection placeholders is no longer used. We'll delete you then. Update connection data. Shouldn't be calling this anymore. I'm okay with you. Connection to update. Yeah, I don't think I want to use you at all, do I? You've basically been replaced. Oh, no, no, no. Okay, this is for when we modify you directly. Because we got to do it both ways. If we modify a room, then its connection tile needs to get updated. If we modify a connection tile, the room data has to be updated. Yeah. I'm going to leave that alone for now. You get used in update room. Only. You should be getting used, though, in the delete. Delete room. Clear the connection from the tables. Delete the connection and neighboring tile to the direction. Yeah. Oh, wait, no. This clears them out. Neighbor vector. Target tile location. So this is based on the non-inflated. In range. Oh, yeah, okay. We were looking for that earlier. And we found it already before, apparently. This doesn't need to be here, but we do need to update clear connection from tables. We need to kill any connections back to us is the prob. In the neighbor room. But we also need to make sure we check in our update. Let's do that really quick. I hate to derail myself, but if I don't, I'll forget. We did just blindly go around our room. So if we change this right here, it's going to crash. It just errors silently, apparently, which means that in here, yeah, there we go. Value error. Didn't crash, but it threw errors, which is not, I mean, it's better that it didn't crash, but it's not good to be throwing errors. Update tile, update room, in here, right down here. If they in the map. If X, or we'll just do this. I don't know if I can map size. I can use my 0 value. Cool. So we'll do that. So that should no longer break. And then we can use that here to make this way more readable. In range 0. Map size can't be null. Okay. Now if we rebuild, come in here and change you again. Doesn't matter which one. Nope, we still get our not an inclusive range, 0. Oh. I did a dumb. I think. Update room. Offset location. This would need to be... Well, we can check it here. Or here. Plus vector, yeah. So we need to do... this still. And then check that. And then we can just feed you that. And then here we want to make sure we do the correct thing as well. Adjacent coordinate is location plus factor. If you're in range, yes, okay. I think that'll do it. So you should no longer throw an error, right? No more console barf. Yay! Okay. So. Oop. Little internet blip. The packets, they have been lost. Come on, fix yourself. There we go. All right. The delete. Back up to the delete area here. Delete room. Clear it from the tables. That still needs to stay. That's good. Let's see here. My camera has decided to go blurry. Cool. I'm anonymous now. I will fix you. Like so. I like so. And then fix. Yeah, jerk. Okay. I looked down and saw it, and I thought for a second it was just because I had that little internet drop. Then I looked up over to the to OBS and saw it was blurry there too. All right. So clearing from the tables, we still need that. In my to delete. Do I still need... Yes, because I'm going through destination table here. If it contains the key. Location. Because I'm mucking around, I got to build that list separately and then just go delete them. That's fine. Neighbor vector in coordinate compass vectors. Target tile location plus the neighbor vector. That's fine. Offset. Room offset plus the neighbor vector. Delete connection tile data, but I'm not doing it on the rooms. Why am I not doing it on the rooms? Where have I done... Unless it happens in here. No. Connection tile, I delete you. Where do I remove... Parent tile. Parent tile connections. Parent location. X and Y as room data. Target tile is you. Connections to list. To delete. It's here. Okay. So I add them. Have the target tile as destination to the list. So we go in to our destination table. We get our list of the things that have this as a destination. Okay. So we go ahead and add you to our to delete. Then we do that. So then here, we just need to replace this because we just need to update the tiles around you in a nicer way. We can do... We're just going to call you vector. We're going to call you neighbor location. We don't need a min size here. We can use coordinate because size and a coordinate are the same. Dot 0. Map size. So if the neighbor location, and I really want to make sure, room offset. Target tile. Yeah, okay. Target tile is the map at the room offset. Okay. If you're within range, then we call our new update connection tile with neighbor location here. That goes into our new code. That goes through them, cleans them up, figures out what should be what, and is easier to look at. Okay. Does this delete anything for us? We still need to do this, actually. At the end, when we go through everything... Not load map, inflate map. There's really no way for us to... We go through our connection table. and set up our destinations. But there's no way for us to make sure we've gone through the whole thing unless we just do we just go through. Well, we have to go through the whole thing though. Map I length. This should only happen when we inflate, so it's probably okay. If map at I j, keep forgetting my parens, is connection tile, update connection tile. Then we go through again. And that should resolve the issue where we had well, no, because they're okay, we don't need to do this. Because they're null, that's fine. We just have to do it. We can do smarter. We can just do it around the rooms as we build them, right? Well, no, because then they won't be in there. Ah, damn it, I do have to go through. It's either that or as we build the room. Well, that's going to be the same. But if we add a later room, it's just going to resolve. I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be okay to do it this way. That tile data, we do all of the tile data E things. Well, hang on. If we do this, so we do you, we do the stuff around, we do you, we do the stuff around. So that ends up being 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Versus if we do you, it's actually, I think, less work to do it at the end. From a computation standpoint, I think we have to do that. Because then we're only updating each tile instead of going around each room we place and updating all of them. Yeah. Go through at the end. Make sure solve all of our connection stuff. Or rather, update all of our connection tiles with the current connection data found in the rooms around it. Which can replace some of this. That's still good. We still take you out then. Tile data, we still need to add you there. Connection table, we still add you. We don't do this anymore. And then we still clear. Okay. What still uses you? You still get used directly, so you're fine. Delete goes away. We don't use that anymore. So that's a win, at least. All right. As long as I did it correctly anyway. So you should, yeah. Now you have your missing placeholders. You got nothing because you shouldn't. You've got your corners. If I come in here, east. Ooh. Come in here, east has been updated. Nothing has changed with y'all. If I add a room, we get placeholders in place like so. And then if I delete one that used to have neighbors, nope, that's not right. Delete broken. Delete room, delete room. When we do that, it's because we do this first. This actually first. Then delete the room, and then go around updates y'all. Because when it went around before, we still had the thing in place. Now we delete you. You didn't get deleted, though. So you didn't get cleared from the room. Clear connection from tables. Ah, it's because... So if the destination table contains the key, this location, destination table is a location with a list. If you're in there, parent ID is the connection table that. Parent location is the room table at the ID. If connection is there, we add you to delete, but we also need to do except we don't have access to damn it. Well, actually, that's okay. We can be smarter here. So we can still clear that, I guess, for now. When we update this tile, we discovered that there was an invalid or a null room, right? We know that a null room is not valid for us to connect to. We delete it. We should then be able to say delete connection for vector here. And because we're in the tile, the connection tile at this particular stage, delete connection for vector, we should be able to say, we probably have to check both though. We need to look at both rooms when we do this, I think. Adjacent coordinate is that. We take you out of the connection object. No, that's not true. We do need to just go the other way. Because if we're in here, we're in this tile, which was triggered by something being deleted, right? So we're in this tile. We looked over here and said that this room is null. So we need to go back over to this guy, the opposite direction. Right? So we flip you. We'll use you there. Map inverse vector x y this needs to be we'll just do that. If you're a room data, we do go through your list and we say if the destination equals adjacent tile location. Oh, you won't have a... It'd be adjacent coordinate. And then this is going to be a problem because I'm looping through this destination list. So I have to do another... I could do... you're empty. This. I thought it was... What's the correct syntax in Dart? Dart loop with index and value. Bum, 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 bum. That's the old stuff. Where's the new goodness? Index value, no. It's dot index, not range. That's what it was. Right? It's that. And I've got these flipped. For some reason, I thought they were flipped from like Go, but they're not. I'm just backwards in my head. There we go. Then add index like so. Once we go through for in indexes to delete, we say inverse tile connections. Oh, I'm not in that. Connections move at index. There we go. Okay, and now if you're a room data, we do that when we find an empty. We also need to we should also delete for vector here, I believe. Because if this is empty, we delete that. So we're here, we looked over here, we found you empty, we deleted the inverse. We also need to delete that because there's no way for this connector to come over. Right? And if it's already null, I don't care. It's fine. Let's see. Let's see if I have managed to untangle myself here. Load up our test map. Oop, nope, things are not well. Invalid value, not inclusive range. Because I need to check here. Inverse tile right here. Before we do this, I need to say if inverse vector dot in range coordinate 0 for our 0 max of map size can't be null if we're in here. You have to have a size at this stage. We built that real quick. Okay. You're still in there. Y'all are still in there. You still add my placeholders. That clears everything out correctly now. If I was to delete that. Yeah, okay. We'll say remove dead code for delete connection data And then you were update connection data tile, right? Yeah. Adjust update connection tile function to also delete the connection from the opposite room if it finds a vector leads to null room. Okay, push that up. I need to use the restroom really quick. And then when I come back, we will fix the tests that I'm sure that I've broken along the way here. So yeah, be right back. There we go. Consequences of all that coffee I drank. Okay, now, tests. What is broken? Let's do you actually in a new tab. Flutter test. A new version of Flutter again. Gosh. They're going crazy over there. Ah! Remove diagonal connection. Ah, yes, 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 yes. Some of these guys, I suspect, call a thing that doesn't exist anymore. List dynamic is not a subtype of map string dynamic. Okay. Well. Well, well, well. Unmarshal map from JSON. List int is not a subtype of type map string dynamic. What? Map model test. Okay, let's go take a look. See what I have done to make my life miserable. Let's close the real map real quick there. Right here, error unmarshalling tile. List int is not a subtype. Room data from JSON. room data. I didn't change anything in here, did I? Get show, oops, not current selection. Get show history. Wrote the coordinates in a config file, so we already did that. Yeah, nothing was changed in you. Oh, so these have been broken for a hot second. Ugh, gross. Forgot to run tests, apparently. You need to be an object. Specifically, you're a map of string dynamic. Like so. This is X. I'm very confused. I swear I fixed this thing. We spent a whole lot of time doing this. Because we did a lot of regex. Maybe I'm just losing my mind. So, we got location. We got churn on regex. We've got a square bracket. We've got capture group. We've got decimal number, one or more, comma, space, capture group, decimal number, one or more. Close that. Closing bracket, comma. Needs to get replaced with location, like so. Bracket still, no. String dynamic squirrely braces, X is capture group 1, comma, Y is capture group 2, close bracket, comma. Replace. Oh, I screwed that up. Undo. Not a square bracket. A squirrely brace. Place. Okay. That looks good. Replace all. Same exact pattern, but for origin. Replace in the same exact way, but with origin. Place all. Same exact for destination. Replace with same exact, but with destination. I really need to get this moved over and get it testing automatically before too long. But that will benefit from some of the work that I've done off stream. So that's cool. Let's see if you're still hosed or not now. Up here, you run. Okay. Marshall map 2JSON is now borked. Down here. Yeah. This needs to be, we expect you, location X should be equal to target location X for at X location for tile at index. That's fine. Get rid of that. Dot X. Oh, I've already got it. There we go. And then we duplicate that. Make it Y. Make it Y. Oop. make it Y. That's origin. We're going to have to fix that here in a minute. Let's do a search. Not regex, though. Expect result tile location. You need to get replaced like so. You need to get replaced like so. Yeah, okay. We need to do the same thing except for with origin. Origin and origin and origin. And this is not result tile anymore. Result connection now. Okay. And then we need to do a quickie search for result connection origin. Make sure we get them all here. You get replaced. Oops. All of those lines, please. And then you get replaced. This should actually have been connection. So let's just go fix that up. Bum, 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 bum. Swap that back over. Just to try to help future me read the error message a little better. Connection. Okay. Connection. Perfect. This same deal, but for destination. Destination. Don't highlight that when I hit Control F, because it'll fill it with junk. Destination. You get replaced with those two lines. You get replaced with those two lines. Oop, I saw a red squiggly there somewhere. Because I missed a line there. Okay. Okay, you have decided to scooch everything down. That's fine. Be that way. All right. Marshall, bad X destination, expected 6, got 9. Okay. Did I screw up? Oops, wrong button. I did. Crap. This should have been changed to destination. But we can fix that. Here we go. Canaries have been resuscitated. Let's see, we're missing one. Something here. Not an instance of string. Let's go take a look. Let's Spot skill ID to string null is not an instance of string spot skill. Why would you be broken? We fixed you. The second connection does not have a spot skill. It has, or sorry, not does not have a DC. It has a skill and no number, which should be valid. Just saying that thou shalt exist. DC skill ID to string 659. Well, spot skill should be. Skill ID should exist. We expected that. We got null. Spot DC, skill ID. Spot DC in a connection model. Then we 2JSON you. If it contains skill ID, it's not null, and it's valid, then we use you, otherwise null. Is this... Marshall map to JSON. Well, hang on. This is a result connection spot skill. Target is my connections at I. Target spot DC is not null. Then we expect spot skill to be marshaled. So this is the other way around from what I was thinking. Skill ID is skill ID to string. Is it... Right, this is supposed to be... Hang on a second. I swear I ran these tests all. Very confused right now. Maybe I didn't run the full... server config. No, oh yeah, I can look at test map still. You should be spot DC now. And use DC with skill IDs in ya. Spot DC is null. Expect result connection. Spot DC. Oop, spot skill. Like, what? And then if the DC is not 0, this would be spot DC, DC. And this should be the same. Wait. This is skill ID. No. Yes. Use skill ID. This is use DC. Use DC is skill ID. Use DC, DC. This is spot DC, DC, and spot DC. This should be skill ID. That's what's throwing me off. Okay. So if my spot DC is not null, then I should see in the file spot DC skill ID should be there. If my DC isn't 0, I should see spot DC DC is set. Otherwise, shouldn't have the key. And actually, this should also expect contains key spot DC false. This should be result spot DC shouldn't contain the key DC. And the same is true use DC, user use contains key DC false. And if this is null, then we should expect result contains key use DC false. What? Oh, I have borked. Nope, that should be there. Right? Ah, I'm missing one. My for loop closer. There we go. Let's try that again, shall we? Okay, Marshall still failing. Method contains key was called on null. Contains key DC. Use DC is not null. Then we expect that. We expect if the DC set in use DC is not 0, when I marshal you, skill ID is that toString if DC is not equal to 0, put it in contains key DC. What's going on here? Target use DC should have a value and a 0. So we're not even DC. Has an ID. The DC is 0, so this should be skipped. But use DC should still exist in my result. result connections use DC. So this should end in D3C7E. Target. Use DC. D3C7E. It's because your results connections use DC. Oh, I can't do that though. Well, yeah, this should still select you though. Why doesn't it? Result use DC is null. Use DC. Spot DC is also null. Oh, this is result connection. That's why. It's not result itself. We have to go into the connection. That makes more sense to my brain. Okay, stop you. Result connection. Result connection. Same deal is going to happen up here. Connection. Okie dokie. There we go. Now those tests pass. Let's make sure the others do. Or see if we have more work to do. Okay, we have more work to do. This is in the remove stuff. That makes more sense to me. Let me just do status, yes. Fix errors in map test that I failed to fix when I changed JSON. Coding, decoding. Now we're done in here. Let's just get rid of all this stuff and kind of reset our workspace here real quick. There's too many things open. It's time for the tab apocalypse. There. Okay. And we'll close you in a second when we get something in your place. We'll leave you open because we might need to go look at the data again. So we need to go look at the map controller test. That makes more sense to my brain. You. Tell me of your brokenness. Well, first of all, these guys are broke still. I'm so confused as to how I missed that. Int open brackets. Let's also do location first, like so. Capture group, one or more numbers, comma, space, capture group, one or more numbers, close square bracket like so. Replace you with location map, not map, string dynamic. You are a map, but I don't use that. Syntax X is capture group 1. Y is capture group 2. Correct squirrely brace closure, and then a comma. Place you. Looks good to me. Replace all. We're going to need to do origin and destination, though, I think. Let's make sure. Tiles, connections, yeah. So exact same pattern with origin. Replaced in the exact same way, but with origin. Place all. Destination. Replaced same way. Destination. YOLO. Okay. Let's see what still fails. Meow that we fixed that up. Like, see, man, my internet sucks today. It's not even stormy out there. I don't know what's up with that. Const map string dynamic is not a subtype of type list int. You tile codes tile data location tile data UUID is that tile data tile chords up here. There we go. String dynamic string dynamic and then squirrely braces. So we initialize an empty one. I think my syntax is still going to be scuffed though. Load tiles from file. This tile location X is tile chords. Which is that. Tile chords is tile data location. Actually, that's going to be fine. This just needs to be X. This needs to be Y. Load tiles from file. All fix. Okay. You. Concurrent modification during iteration. Happening in here. In map controller. Pull you over here and have a peeky peek. Current object connections. The connection is deleted. Room to update. Clear connections from tables. Oh, right. Because we're going through... Well, no. It shouldn't be. Update room. Clear connection from tables. Connection table remove. Destination table contains the key. Then we remove it. And if it's empty, we take you out completely. This right here. We need to get rid of that. Hopefully that didn't break anything. Update room connection deleted. So when we do that, in update room, Current object connections. We didn't. Current objects. We shouldn't need to do. We should clear you from there, but connection data in the room to update connections. If current object connections contains the con data. Offset location. Room to update. Room to update UUID. So offset location pulls you out of there. Room to update location times the map offset. But we shouldn't need that. Oh, okay. So as if you're null. So if we didn't find you, then we manually set that. Okay. And then current object is that. Room to update, though. Yeah, either way we go. We get to the same room to update. We do the update for the connection data in the current object connections. If we find room to update, connections contains connection data, which is current object. So that's the current one. So if the current thing in the map has a room that isn't in what we just gave it in, we need to remove that one. Okay. From the tables. And then we go through our connections here. This is checking for new things. For each connection in the current room, if this connection is not present in the incoming room data, it was removed. Clear the connection from the tables. Removed? How about just removed? And then for each connection in the new room, or the incoming room data, if this connection was not present in the current room, add it to the room, or to the connection tables. Okay. And then we validate that, and then we set it, and then we update things, and that should take care of the things in there. And we should not have concurrent modification happening anymore, I hope. Okay. So we got a little bit of trouble still, but that's why we have tests for these things. Target connection. Okay, so we're gonna have to dig through this a little bit further. I want to snooze that because I don't want to hit you with another ad before I roll out. Because I'm getting hungry. So what we're gonna do next time, I'm just gonna chuck myself a to-do because this is kind of where we are. To-do, finish fixing the tests we broke, part of this refactor. This is gonna be a good place to get started tomorrow. Because it's time for me to go have some lunch. I'm really hungry. But thank you for coming to hang out with me. It was good to see those of you who are returning viewers. And it was good to meet those of you who are new. I do this thing roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. So if you like this kind of nonsense, come on back tomorrow around 10 a.m. Central or so. And I'll be here doing it again. And I'd love to see you. Thanks for stream. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out. But yeah, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. If not, you guys have a great week anyway, and I'll catch you some other time on down the road. Thanks, everybody. Bye.